Okay. I love that song. I just love really well played pianos. I'm tired, but let's do this. Since you said it wasn't soon enough. Yeah, I've been up for a while, but what can you do? The world doesn't stop because you have a problem. My dad always says that. What is up, Mr. Keith? How is it going? I guess I ought to actually pull up things. Oh yeah, before I forget, thank you to UA and Emily for the follows. They're from Duck's stream when he was talking about me last night. So, just gonna hit the follower. Just gonna hit the button. Oh well. Anyway. Oh, I'm here. Nothing really else going on. It is a Saturday. The world stops for turtles. If you're a chronomancer. What is up, Vinny? How's it going? Oh, I did not want to close that. Shit. I just wanted to hit the button. Why can I not hit the button?
Oh, boom shakalaka!
There we go. I just wanted to hit that button for UA and Emily. Rearranging my setup right now. Starting looking into space. When I was talking to chat. That's fair. Now that I've hit the button, I can close that. And last, oh, I should say this before we get going into this. Some housekeeping, as Josh likes to say it a lot better than I do, but housekeeping. I know somebody had asked me about the music that I use on stream. It's ocremix.org. I guess they didn't read the drop down below the stream. It's free. It's free to use, royalty free, so long as you give them accreditation. If you're a streamer, anyway. And then, yeah. And then the other thing that I spent most of the last 2 days doing is the Tortletop Gaming Talk streams. The first two are up on YouTube if you want to go watch them again. Or if you haven't watched them at all, they're going to be there. It was a little bit of a pain in the ass to get all that set up, but yeah, for anybody who misses the streams. Because I know when Duck was talking last night, there's a bunch of people that struggle with different things when it comes to character development and whatnot, so those are up on YouTube right now. Or if you just want to listen to my terrible voice a bunch more times. Third stream and this one will go up after that, probably next week. Oh, that's what I was going to do. Since Boom Shakalaka worked, I know that sound alerts are working. Need to actually... nope, I mean... Oh, I'm hearing Astro. That's... Can't come up with a name. A name is not given, it is earned. Or whatever that quote is from that movie. Just can't come up with a name. That's fair. It'll come to you. I miss something, getting angry at life. Yeah, Mr. Keith and I sat down and we nailed down some points for his guest character. Or, if the primary group TPKs, then he'll be part of the next group that I run. So yeah. I had this in my head yesterday. What was I going to talk about? Oh. When we were talking about home. Well, we talked about character classes. We talked about we went through the character classes, and then we went through the magic system a little bit, and then we went through divinities. The one thing I realized I did not show you was an example of a homebrewed divinity. Oh, my chat is on the wrong side again. Hang on. Or no, I'm on the wrong tab. There we go. There we go. I was on the wrong scene. But yeah, you can do this up as much as you like, but essentially everything in my campaign setting has a story to it, even down to the littlest things. So there's a story for Fenrix, the divine beast, god of the hunt. It's a custom deity exclusive to my campaign setting. Essentially, he's responsible for a lot of the lycanthropes that are in my campaign setting, or the half-beasts, or even the fusors now. There's a little bit of a story there. And honestly, if you want the story itself, I can post it somewhere in the Discords. But yeah. Essentially, the domain's hunting domain, which, yes, I have made that. It's a hunting domain cleric build. Hello, Mr. Roth. How are you today, this morning? Post it all. Eventually. And that's even something that you can do is if you create. I'm upright. Tired. Tired is the word. So I figure we'll do this for a little bit, and then I'm probably going to try and get a nap before fight night. Because last weekend I was hanging out with the Nightshade family. And then I just hung around in the chat until I passed out. But the universe isn't right if I don't yell pokey stick. I can see what people write by copying their messages. Workaround. But yeah, that's just something I wanted to show off. This is an entirely customized deity. I think. There we go. If you want to read the story of it, be my guest. If you actually want me to post this file in a Discord somewhere, just let me know. It needs a couple of rewrites in a couple of places because, like I said last stream when I was talking about divinities, the name Zeraxis doesn't apply anymore. It's just the Endless Oblivion. But other than that, everything is pretty much going to stay the same. I just didn't think to do that change before. Oh, and then Trinity. It's supposed to be the triumvirate of the moon instead of the goddess of the moon. Anyway, that's an example of if there is a need in your campaign setting, or even just a desire to create in the divine space. You can just make it. You don't need anybody's permission. You can just do it. Do it. As DM, it's a lot easier. If you're pitching a custom new deity into a DM's world, it's not unheard of. But, that's a lot of back and forth with the DM and player to just iron out all the details. So yeah, there's that. And then, let's see. What was the other thing I was going? Oh my god. Brain, please. Oh, we were going to talk about unconventional characters. Which I forgot to do. You know, let's just make a new worksheet. We'll just do this off the cuff. My brain. Oh my god. Okay. There's an I in there. Okay, that should be enough to at least do this. Okay, so generally with Barbarian, most people like going Goliath. Goliath dwarves. I wanted a comma there, thank you. Honestly, Barbarian, I see Morse code. That's fine. It's just a morsel. Usually people tend to go, you know, the big giant races, or even the more hardy races, because they get natural stats that lead into that. Well, unconventionally, essentially non-conventionally, you know, a gnome barbarian is something that I don't see. I see people talk about, you know, small races with a class like the barbarian. Actually, I should probably right. There we go. Oh, that was the other one I was thinking of. Forks. That's generally the three races that you see the most common with barbarian, just as a class by itself. And there's a lot of subclasses that can, honestly, you can just reflavor to whatever you need. But unconventionally, you don't really see gnome barbarians. And until Mr. Creative Spasms, aka Josh, told a story about a halfling barbarian that he had ran once, I would have never had thought about a halfling barbarian. Mocha almond fudge flavor, please. What? Are you trying to make me hungry? Actually, you know what? Let's do this one. Copy. Paste. Paste. I had more of a thought process yesterday, but I've kind of lost it. So a lot of this might be a little jumbled. But, alright. Normal and unconventional. Character flavors are tasty. That's fair. And the thing I don't ever see is a tiefling barbarian. I think a tiefling barbarian would be an interesting idea. But I've never seen anybody try. Demon Cat has demanded I sit on the floor for cuddles. I have no thought processes left. That's fair. After the week you guys have had. There's something I was gonna look up actually. Okay, yeah, that's not in this book. That's fair. But yeah, as far as bards end up going, usually halfling or half elves are a big candidate for bards because the charisma bonus, halflings generally have that. Halflings usually make pretty good bards because of their... Oh, that's what I was going to bring up about barbarians. A halfling with rage, the racial brave, and then having nimbleness and even naturally stealthy. That's one terrifying barbarian, even if it doesn't get the stat bonus that it should for its class, because halflings get dexterity naturally. But I could imagine a halfling Lightfoot. Have brave, nimbleness, and stealthy, and just be like the predator, the halfling version of a predator as a barbarian. Just hides in the brush, and then he jumps out. Very much if anybody knows Rhaegar from League of Legends, all that character does is jump in and out of the bush or brush. You know, because most of the time you think of a barbarian, it's like, oh, they have to be up front, they have to be getting hit by things. But what if you had a mobile? Because with Rage and Brave, you're basically going to have Giggity. You have rage damage and then strength, say, checks and saving throws. And then Brave makes you immune to fear, or advantage on saving throws against fear. So, and then nimbleness basically makes it where you can move through larger creatures. So you're not, you can get into position pretty quick and easily. And then naturally stealthy, you can just, like I said, hide in the bush and jump out. Also, Roth brings up the point of reckless attack and lucky. Exactly. And if you get that halfling jumping out in a surprise round, then you can do all of this crazy shit all at one time. Because I don't think... reckless attack. Yeah, it's just whenever you attack. So you can do this whenever. Hello, Mr. Cold. Well, hello. So yeah, that's a fun barbarian combination. I don't think gnomes get the same thing, but I think you could probably pull it off, but halfling is the more interesting one that you can jump into. And both get some mechanical benefit out of it, even if you don't get the statistics that the class usually calls for. But yeah. And then a totem warrior. If you go totem warrior with that halfling build that we've been talking about, then you're just taking half damage all the time. Or you're reducing the damage for most other damage. So it's... Oh, if you go bear totem, I forgot. Still. Under the new rules for races, the traditional attribute bonus doesn't matter. That's also fair. I've just been kind of talking the old PHB way. Because I think even you said there was a 5.5 coming out somewhere down the road where they're just updating a lot of the rules. But even so, you know, this halfling barbarian has a dexterity. And if you go lightfoot, you get a little bit of charisma, which never hurts really. And if you go stout, you get constitution. Honestly, dexterity is not that bad to have, especially for a mobile barbarian, like what we've been talking. You can mobile, you can jump out. If you can nail that. I heard rumors, but everything from official sources is it's not in the works. Yeah, but that doesn't mean a whole lot. Because they've changed their mind many times over the years. Which is fair. So when it comes to normal bards, yeah, halflings, half elves, even tieflings, they generally have the stat or an ability that helps the bard. I think the closest we're coming to 5.5 is the revamp of the character creation montages. That's the new standard in all books. That's also fair. Which I just hope is an option instead of the enforced way. I hope that the way they present it anyway is just an option. No, hey, here's a new way to play. But if they're like, you know, this is the way you have to play, it's like, nope. I'm just somebody who likes options. So. And honestly, I still like 5e normally. So, all the revamping and all the rules changes, it's like, it's nice to have as an option, but there were still some things in 5e that they never touched on properly. So, and don't fix what ain't broken. Because there's some things that are fine, and then there's some things that are broken. And they should have probably fixed that before they decided to revamp things. Just takes away the hard rule of pre-assigned attribute bumps. They are leaving the assigning of attribute bumps to the player. That's an interesting idea. But honestly, no spoilers. I've already allowed that to happen in the upcoming game. Because I'm not going to say who. But yeah, they asked if they could change their racial stat, and it's like, yeah, that's fine. It makes sense. Which is always something you just ask the DM, hey, can I change this thing? And it's like, sure, why not? Who indeed? Is that a little owl? It's cute as shit. But yeah, my way of thinking for all of this is just the original way from the original player's handbook. Nope, did not mean to hit the microphone. And one of the more unconventional, owl. Allow cute shit. Allow cute as shit. And when 5th edition was first kind of pitched to me, I thought of a half-orc bard character would be interesting. Because the way the Valor Bard works. It's a little unconventional because the stats don't quite line up, and even some of the racial features. But I thought it was a neat idea. Just this giant rotund half-orc running around banging on his drums. And honestly, I don't think I've ever seen a Dragonborn bard. But that's, mechanically pretty solid. Because, stat wise, Dragonborn can get that charisma bonus. That's usually what makes them really good paladins, but just a Dragonborn bard. It's an interesting idea, as far as I'm concerned. It has the stats, it has some different applications. Clerics, essentially everything is on the table. I want to see a Dragonborn bard intimidate and inspire. Exactly. And then they know how to woo your pants off too, so there's... Which I guess they could do that with intimidation or inspire, but... Anyway. I think Bard is probably the most interesting class they came up with in 5th edition. Between that and the Warlock, I don't know which one is better. Because they both... They are both just so interesting, mechanically and thematically, that you can play around with. Hey everybody, pants down. But yeah, as far as clerics go, yeah, honestly, every race can be a cleric. It just depends on how you decide you want to flavor it, so it's kind of a hard thing to talk around. I think, well, before they came out with things like the Celestial Warlock, I would have said, Tiefling clerics would have been an oddity. Something you don't see very often, except in Critical Role for... But yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a cleric tiefling. Because even as wild as my brain is, I could imagine something as simple as a lizard folk cleric, nature domain cleric. Just off the top of my head. Succubus cleric, the love domain. Honestly, you could probably pull that off with Trickster, or you could just create the love domain. So yeah, there's not really any norm. Well, most people like to go like dwarves and such for clerics. But unconventional wise, or even normal wise, you can do it any kind of cleric. It has so many different avenues now because the way the domains work. That you can basically make any race and cleric combination work. Hell, even just a warforged forged domain cleric. You can tie two things together and make them work pretty easily. Just be an extension of the race, or even just a theme. So yeah, I don't really know any normal ones or unconventional ones for cleric that jump out at me right now. For the druids, usually elves. The more forest-oriented folk. Are usually the druidic kind. Unconventional druids, probably the tiefling. Unless you want to be like descended from Baphomet or one of Baphomet's lieutenants or something. Be a dark version of a beast. But that's its own kettle of fish, I guess. And even half orcs, even. Most people don't play half orc druids, but I think it would be an interesting idea. Between savage attacks and your wild shape. And even something like restless endurance. Or relentless endurance. I'm not sure if that works with beast forms, but it could, I guess. If you want to get technical with the rules. Wild shape of fallen log. Yeah, and that's the other thing, is you can just Wonder Twin powers whatever the hell you want with druids. And that's honestly the fun part, is no two people ever no two people ever have the same idea about what wild shape they want to take. It says AT&T canceled my order. I'm gonna scream. Welcome to AT&T. I'm not sponsored, but I hate them. Because the crap I had to go through for their service once. And I could honestly see a lizard folk as well as an unconventional druid. Even though they kind of have that primitive style, I don't really see anybody ever wanting to play a lizard folk druid. Fighters, everything is kind of normal, but things like Goliaths, things like humans. If I can actually spell it right. Even half orcs. Again, the more giant races as a fighter. And I think last stream or the stream before, I was talking about an Eldritch Knight Tiefling that I showed off to you guys. Most people really don't go. They usually end up going Battlemaster, if they do. I don't really see people using the Eldritch Knight that much. So, or if they do, it's some other kind of combination. And I can honestly see a Kenku being an odd fighter. Or even the Arakakra. Or however the hell it's spelled. I'm not worried about my terrible spelling. Yeah, fighters can honestly pull from any kind of thing. So it's hard to say what's normal and what's unconventional. I don't really see any tabaxi fighters, though. Whether it's looking online or otherwise. Usually tabaxi end up being monks because of that ridiculous speed boost. And also, it should be kind of stated, depending on if DMs allow the variant human in their game, usually that can dictate where a human goes down the class rabbit hole. Because most of them want that extra feat. Monks. There's a lot of things that work with monk, but probably the tabaxi is usually Because you get unarmored movement, and then you get that tabaxi speed boost, and it's like you have mobility for ages. And there's some humans. Don't really see elven monks that often. Usually because elves get some kind of magic persuasion. I think a dwarf monk would be great, but unconventional wise, probably maybe even a dragon. Well, no, I've seen dragonborn monks before. Because they try to go the martial art route. Yeah, dragonborn Bruce Lee. I had a better chain of thought yesterday when I was thinking up this stuff, but I've lost a lot of that. Unconventional monks. It kind of worked for everybody, honestly. Except maybe an Azamar. I don't know if I'd ever see an Azamar monk. That would be interesting, but Isamar, Azamar, I don't pronounce that and things go all that good. And again, the same idea that applies to the halfling can also apply to the monk because of the ability to move around. Plus, being resistant to fear is always a good thing for a monk. And then lucky and stunning strike, just like Roth brought up reckless attack and lucky. If you really want to nail those stunning strikes, lucky will get you, is more likely to get you there. Trying to think. I know there's some things that I'm missing that are probably obvious, but my brain just. Paladins. Usually it's the Dragonborn Paladin. Because a lot of people like to make Bahamut-inspired characters. And that stat boost that they get from the original book. It just goes hand in hand. A lot of people like going human. Human paladins are a big thing in fantasy. Just across the board. A lot of elves tend to do that as well. And even dwarves, actually. Because hell, you go anywhere in World of Warcraft, for example, you're going to see human, elves, and dwarf paladins running everywhere. So, it's pretty much the same as D&D. Dwarf is a common one too. Yeah. Oh, and back on, I just thought of the Duragar dwarf monk would be an unconventional one that I don't see ever used. Martial arts plus you can use that in large ability. That's a combination I don't ever see anywhere, which I think would be great. Trying to think. Unconventional paladins, the tiefling. You know, until they made Conquest, I think there were some people who were struggling to make tiefling paladins. No. No, 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 no. Whatever. Why are you knowing? I won't yell here. You're epic. Oh. This is why you don't trust AT&T. If I guess that's the problem. Oh. Exactly, Roth. Why did it not come through my ears? Stream? Why are you not yelling at me? Did sound alerts break? No, it looks like it's working. Yeah, I should be yelling in my ear right now. Yay, another thing that broke. Take a minute to look at that. Bless you. No, that's not it. Why is sound alerts? Please don't tell me audio screwed up on stream again. I don't want to fix that again. And I also noticed the past couple of my streams have gotten muted bits. So that's not a good sign. Oh, okay. That's Astro. Let's mute him just for a second. Can we at least get saxophone? Okay, that doesn't work either. What the hell? Yells, I was mad for Keith. I'm apathetic toward progress on the internet at this point. Alright, dashboard. Sound alerts. Why is everything broken? Test in browser source. I said test in browser source. Okay, it's not even coming up there. What the hell? Why? Why do you do this? Can I just play it on this page?
Okay, okay. I'm fine. I'm fine.
It works there, but it won't work in the browser source. Okay, so it works through the dashboard. It just does not want to work in the browser source. I only jumped. It's okay. I'll deal with that later. I'm not. Note to self. Fix sound alerts. Okay. Great. Another freaking thing that breaks. Anyway. Anger. Anger. Oh, actually. No, it's there. Yeah, I thought maybe I forgot to put it in this scene, but it's here. Oh well. I'll figure that out later when not dealing with that right now. What were we talking about? Oh, tieflings. Probably the only other one I can think of off the top of my head is the Yuan Ti as an unconventional paladin. Because everything else, I feel like, you know, even some of the monstrous races in Volos, I kind of think Oath of Conquest suits the hobgoblin pretty well. And even orcs and half orcs. I could even imagine a kobold tiefling. But that's just me. I don't know if I'd call that unconventional, though. Anyway, usually rangers are elves. And our cocker make really good. Oh, need a space there. Our cocker make very good rangers. The tabaxi make good rangers. Even my own hound folk make good rangers. Rangers are all around good, but that's usually what people gravitate to. An unconventional ranger. Probably a half orc. I could see a tiefling hunter because that intelligence stat and even rebuke. You could even make, oh, this is a little unconventional, the Triton Ranger. Basically theme it like a shark hunter. And boom, you have a Triton hunter of the sea. Hunting down all the fishes. Red fish, blue fish. Anyway. Rogues. There's a lot of elven rogues. Not so much dwarven rogues. There's a lot of people who like human rogues. I'm going to write down every single one, but tiefling rogues are pretty popular with people. Yep, if I could spell. I could be, again, the tabaxi are really good rogues because of that ridiculous speed boost. get into position, and then if something tries to run away, you just chase them down, and you're always going to be able to outrun them because of that speed. So long as you stop in between. And you're going to be able to deal sneak attack every turn, so they won't get very far. Very much like a cat with a foil ball. And you can throw it and they'll get to it before it even touches the ground. Unconventional rogues? Like I said, probably dwarves. I know in Dragon Age, dwarven rogues are a little incentivized, I guess, but at least in my experience, I haven't seen any dwarven rogues in 5th edition. Probably half-orc, because the size, more than anything. Trying to be sneaky and a giant half-orc. Even Goliaths, even. And most of the, like, gnomes and stuff are pretty good rogues, too. Because they're small and they can move. Even halflings. Sorcerers are kind of all over the place. Depending on what kind of sorcerer. Because Dragonborn are the stereotypical one, because, you know, in the player's handbook they only had 2 subclass options, and one of them was Dragon. And the other one was Archfey, or Wild Magic. I kind of like Genasi sorcerers, to be honest with you. But that's unconventional depending on how you look at it. It's kind of why I wish there was an elementalist sorcerer subclass. Bards are better. That's true. In some ways. Bards get so much more spell variety than sorcerer. And I think if you play the sorcerer out of the player's handbook, there's a lot of people who are underwhelmed. But I've had a couple of sorcerer character ideas. And I even have that thing I showed you guys a stream or so ago about an ability that I would give a class feature I would give the sorcerer to help alleviate the limited spell casting problem. Magic superpowers. But honestly, yeah, you can go anything with a sorcerer. Tieflings are pretty good sorcerers, in my opinion. I spelled it wrong. And I can't be the only one who misspells tiefling. It's fine. Demon child. Unconventional, I guess. I would have said something like tiefling. Until they came out with Divine Soul Sorcerer, I probably would have said Azamar. But since they have Divine Soul now, they, they're a little more common now, I guess. Maybe a half-orc sorcerer, or even Goliaths. I could see some, a storm, or what is it, storm sorcery, Goliath, and even storm sorcery half-orc. I think that would even work. And even Mercer's Rune Child build. You can basically tie that to any race. That's very much an option where it doesn't really matter what your race is. You can do the sorcery things and then use your runes. Warlocks, usually I see human warlocks and tieflings again. I don't really see very many Genasi warlocks, but I've had a couple of ideas for some. And even Triton, even. There we go. A Kenku warlock is pretty damn strong. And usually what people think of. And again, they made the Celestial Patron, so the whole thing about Azamar applies here as well. Yeah, Travis Willingham played a half-orc warlock. So that kind of broke that mold, or else I'd mention that as an unconventional option. But half orc and hexblade, it just goes together. Oh, yeah, the Duragar again. Dwarven Warlocks is something I don't see, and I've actually created one. That's a word. What's a word? Duragar. Duragar. I know it's supposed to be Dweragar, but I ain't saying it that way. It's been stuck in my brain as Duragar. Or I might just go the Norwegian way and say Dverga. You know, I'm not going to say Dwerga. Dwerga. I hate saying that a billion times. But I forget what I named him, though. I guess I can look that up. Character. Oh yeah, Ulthane and Dirge. Yeah, nice little Duragar with a little Hellhound pet as a familiar. Yeah, I can't really think of any other ones. And you would think Duragar Warlock would be more prevalent because Underdark. Underdark and Warlock kind of go together because the Drow make really good Warlocks. The Deep Gnomes, or the Smearneblin, they make pretty good Warlocks. Yeah, that's a fun word if you ever want to look it up. Smearneblin. It's essentially Deep Gnomes. Wizards. Honestly, anything can be a wizard. Usually there's the typical human, elf, dwarf, wizard even. Tieflings again. And even with the war wizard, I could see it applied to something like a hobgoblin pretty easily. because the Academy of Destruction, I think it's called. You know, I could definitely see that happening. I think the most unconventional one is probably a Goliath wizard, which I've actually had an idea for. I just have not written it out yet. Maybe a lizard folk. A lizard? Lizard. I think it would be interesting to play a lizard folk wizard. Probably furbolgs as well. Even though Mercer made that enchanter Pumat. It's kind of an unconventional idea. Usually furbolg are about traditional magic, not arcane. So that's kind of a nice unconventional thing. And Genasi are actually pretty good wizards because you can just tune into an element. And I guess last but not least, we have to talk about the Artificer a little bit. Rock gnomes and dwarves primarily. Not limited to, but that's usually what I end up seeing. And that's basically influenced by World of Warcraft as well. Because Nomergon and Ironforge and their technological nonsense that they do. I know there's a lot of human artificers. Probably Warforged even. Unconventional? Because hell, I could even see a Kobold Artificer. Just reflavor some of the inventions to be more on the primitive side. You'd probably do that with a lizard folk too. I could kind of see Triton having Artificer roots too, if you want to go the Atlantis Aquaman example. Unconventional. I don't think Furbolg would be very technological, come to think of it. Because even in my campaign setting, there is a group of Centaurians that are very advanced technology-esque. So I can't even say that, even. Yeah. I guess, is there any questions before I take a short break? Because I do need more coffee. Whether you want to talk about normal class, race combinations, or even unconventional ones you've come up with. Because, like I said, I had a lot of this stuff in my mind yesterday, and I thought about streaming, and then and then it just didn't work out. And then it got so late, and I didn't want to stream into the night. Fuel up! Alrighty. Speak your piece, chat. Why is. Oh. Jack in the Box ad. I'm pretty boring when it comes to character ideas. Oh, you're not. I like the thing that we've created so far. And you've mentioned a couple other ideas, but we haven't actually had us sit down and talk about those. And the thing is, with the normal versus unconventional, is there's a lot of things that on the internet anyway. There's a lot of people who have played the game to nauseating levels, and they've essentially done everything, so it's almost stereotypical for them, but for other people, it's a brand new gateway. I'm exciting. Fireball, go boom! No other ideas matter. We should do that. Eavesdrop. The fireball of doom. You just start throwing cats at people. This just becomes Ari of Sorrow with the attack cat uh, ability. Go, my attack cats. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. And then they just destroy things. And truth be told, I don't know enough about the Artificer because I've said many times I don't much care for the build that they settled on. I liked the one from that they used for Critical Role when they first introduced Terry. I liked that version of the Artificer. I don't like the one that they eventually made and made official. I'm just not the biggest fan of it. Oh, hey, here's a cannon, or you can have a turret. It's like, what? If you were gonna make an artificer, it's like, I would very much think of it as like steampunk technology and be like steampunk Iron Man running around. I actually took my cat accidentally took my cat's medicine. Don't ask meow. Okay. But yeah, we talked about the halfling barbarian, and there are things you could get really noodly with, mechanics and theming wise, with a lot of things. Because one of my things about the bard even is I'm surprised they haven't made a Harlequin subclass. Someone who's acrobatic and can move around, like a mobility based bard. Almost like you could combine bard and monk together. And you'd be really great at performance and doing acrobatic shit, but and then even I've created the geisha and kabuki bard, essentially, in my homebrew stuff that is more focused on a defensive aspect and being something of a controller instead of spell slide, spell slide, spell slide, spell slide, just hurling spells. It more has a defensive and a support idea behind it. And you can do that in the actual, just re-theme a bunch of the mechanics, and you can do that already. But I went and did the homebrew work for that to make it its own thing. And very much like the druid with its different forms. And very much like when we talked about the Beastmaster Ranger and the challenge rating system, I would just tell a druid player who wants to wild shape, so long as your beast is within reason, I'll allow it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to strictly adhere to that challenge rating nonsense. Even something like monks, uh, you can do the traditional martial artist route, or you can do something like a brawler or a pugilist, or just a bare knuckle brawler. Basically, turn 5th edition into Streets of Rage if you wanted to. And it's just about theming. But if you get to a point where your theme hits a wall, it's like you can homebrew something together to fix any kind of problem. And I know there's a lot of DMs out there that are against homebrewing, but honestly, you constantly have to keep experimenting and finding new things. And in some situations, it's going to be super powerful, and then in others, it's going to be useless. So, it's just all about how you use it. Paladins usually have some kind of divinity or a devil that they're worshipping, but you can just rip all that out and say, oh, it's an aspect instead of a direct creature. And that can turn the oaths into its own thing. Rangers, even, depending on if you're using the PHB Ranger, anyway. When you make your first favored enemy choice, it's like you can flavor that Ranger to be whatever. You can make it a demon hunter, you can make it an undead hunter. Someone who's sworn to kill light, celestial oriented creatures. If you live in a swamp, you're really good at killing oozes and elementals, etc. It's all you can just build off of small little things like that. Rogues. If you don't want to play the stereotypical rogue, just play it up like a thief. Or even like the fighter, you can combine rogue and fighter themes and just be this smuggler. Or even a bounty hunter, even. Essentially you can make Han Solo or Boba Fett with a fighter or a rogue build. Or a combination of the two, even. The sorcerer, there's a lot you can do with that, because even with the limited spell casting, if you dial in on a theme, then you can do it pretty well. Warlocks have so much variety now. Originally they just had, Archfey, the Fiend, and the Cthulhu monster thing. But even then you can turn that on its head. Because the otherworldly one, specifically, I have an entity in my campaign setting called the Vok, V-O-K, that they essentially serve that same kind of purpose, but they are not capital E evil. Which I feel like the term warlock kind of, I don't know, it steers you toward a darker type of character, but it's not exclusive to that. Hence things with, say, the Celestial Patron Warlock. You can have a Warlock, but you can have this light element to it. So you can do fun stuff with that. And then Wizard, there's so many types of magic you can pull from that even one of the more unconventional ideas for a Goliath Wizard, I thought about this, and a Goliath Wizard with oh my god, what the hell is that background? It's like Druidic tribe or whatever it is. And then just take the evocation school, or the elementalist school, I should say, and just be a spell-slinging Goliath, hurling elemental magics. And honestly, with the wizard, since it gets such low hit points, Stone's Endurance can actually save your ass. From taking a crap load of damage. If you play it right. So there's a nice little synchronization that's going on there. Because wizards usually play to a very glass cannon style of play. It's like the Goliath gives them a little more endurance with their racial feature, Stone's Endurance. And then we already talked about the Artificer. Here's some things for that. So we might come back to this topic at some point, but is there any questions? Any thoughts? Before we take a break? Because I need more coffee and to walk around a little bit. Because I think when we come back, we're going to talk a little bit about feats. The abilities, not your actual bare feet, mind you. Take your break. Alrighty. Let's see. Switch to BRB. Ew, feet. Some people are into that. I'm not one of them, mind you. Alrighty. I'll be back in, I don't know, 5 minutes or so. Okay, we back. Yep. Oh no, Mr. Keith. Hopefully you don't get sick again. Ain't nobody got time for that. Doing something real quick, and then we will continue. Yeah, I don't know why sound alerts broke. Because by all accounts it should be working. That is so weird. Anyway, I guess I'll let some light in while we're at it, so I don't have to keep staring in the darkness. I think probably the last two things I want to bring up as far as these streams go is one of them is multi-classing. Well, actually three. One of them is multi-classing, which is kind of simple and straightforward. You can basically, I don't think there is a limitation to multi-classing, but you do put yourself in a bit of a pickle if you delve into too many. And I think most people's limit is 3 times that I've seen. But I've seen some builds out there that are a little ridiculous. And the one that comes to mind is the Skill Monkey. He's not really good at combat or any of the other aspects of the game, but when it comes to skills, essentially you get proficiencies, and I forget what the breakdown of the build is, but essentially you're taking all the classes that get skills within the first level or two. And you stack all of those together. And then there's a couple of abilities like what the Bard and the Rogue have for boosting up proficiency, the stuff you have proficiency in. it can be as noodly as you want it to be. And there's some things like extra attack that don't carry over unless you're the fighter. Unarmored defense is basically you can only benefit from it once. Spell casting is a little weird when you multi-class, but it's fine. And the other thing is feats. For the players in my game, I gave them the option: do you want to multi-class without any having to worry about the requirements or the prerequisites? Or do you want to get a feat? A free feat. And essentially, I think everybody so far has chosen a feat. And there are some feats that are great, and they very much synchronize with an idea. But there's also some feats that are problematic. More so, Great Weapon Master and the other equivalents to it. You give up 5 to your attack roll to gain 10 damage. Well, and this will lead into the other thing that I'm going to bring up. The third thing I'm going to bring up is the dice math that happens in 5th edition. And I guess I should say, feats also give quite a power boost to characters. So if you're a DM out there, it can be something you have to compensate around. You'll have to make your encounters a little harder to compensate for some of the things that feats can do. But yeah, back to Great Weapon Master, you give up 5 to gain 10 damage. It's problematic because you can offset that -5 relatively easy. And because 5th edition has the advantage mechanic, it's so easy to offset that 5. My solution, which I don't know if it's a perfect solution or not, it's just still something that's bouncing around in my brain, is whatever you choose to take as a minus is what you gain as a bonus. You know, for example, you give up 10 to get 10 damage, 10 accuracy, essentially. Give up 10 to your attack roll to gain 10 damage. I'd also probably allow it to go the other way around, where you could sacrifice 10 damage for accuracy or attack bonus to your attack roll. That's just a way of thinking that might solve that issue, but I don't know if it's a perfect one. Because the way proficiency and modifiers work in 5th edition, when they're combined together, and then the advantage mechanic on top of that, it makes feats like Great Weapon Master exceptionally powerful. Even too much. And that's one reason a lot of DMs will say no to that. And no to a lot of feats even, because of effects like that. Because that -5 is so easily worked around. because I believe proficiency bonus, no, wrong direction in the book. Proficiency bonus starts at +2. Depending on your modifier, you'll probably have a +3 or +4 if you're min-maxing. So that's essentially like a +6. And the way the dice math in 5th edition works, and if you really want a better breakdown of this mechanic, there's a video by Matt Colville on his channel on YouTube that explains dice math in probably a better way than I can explain it. But essentially, on a 20-sided die, you are, I believe, essentially 10.5 is the number you are most likely to roll. Well, there is no half on a die, on a 20-sided die, so you are more likely to either roll above a 10 or below a 10. And when you add proficiency and your modifier onto that, which end up giving you that +5, you're looking more at, you're either going to hit 10 or you're going to hit 15 on the die. And like I said, if you want a more detailed explanation of this concept, look up his video. He very much explains it a lot better than I can. And then there's some effects in the game where you can double your proficiency or your modifiers, and then you have to compensate for that even, and it can be a spiral. It can be a downward spiral if you're not handling it that well. And it can be a problem. And as a DM, you don't want problems. You want to challenge players, but you don't want to create problems between people at the table. If you're creating tension and problems for the actual characters that are in the game, that's one thing, but you don't want to aggravate people at the table, because that can just lead into resentment. It can be a mess. And as far as multi-classing, I guess I can go back to that for 1 second. My favorite combination is probably taking a level in Druid or Ranger. As far as, I know there's a lot of people who want to do the barbarian. I think we even talked about the barbarian paladin combinations that can happen when we were talking about classes, which is very strong if that's what you're looking for, but I'm always someone looking to create characters where it has story significance instead of mechanical significance, if that makes sense. Because one of my unconventional characters, I guess I could pull that up actually. Oh, somebody's messaging me. Is a character Is he not here? What the hell? I guess not. Oh, he's lumped in with the rest. Oh, okay. We're not going to open that file. I need to split those up. There's a bunch of characters I've created that I've lumped all into one file. I need to split those up. Is there another one that I can pull from that would probably Chapel, but actually, Vasily is a good example of this. The other character I was going to show off was a one level in Druid, everything else in Sorcerer. It's an Earthen Genasi. And as far as his backstory is concerned, he came from a very Druidic style tribe. Hence why I wanted one level in Druid. And then everything else in Sorcerer. Because he basically had his power torn out of him, his Druidic power. So, and a first level Druid only has like spellcasting and Druidic, which I feel like that would still flavor Covain very well. He still knows the language because you can't unteach a language in 5th edition, as far as I know. And honestly, that would just give him an opportunity for a ribbon ability, essentially. And then spellcasting, having a couple of cantrips is not going to be the end of the world. You know, nothing super powerful, but just yeah, and you get 2 spell slots. That's fine. And then everything else in Sorcerer, which I think even I think I even mentioned this once, that if Comrade wants to run that game in Tal'Dorei that he mentioned a long time ago, I would probably pitch Covain into that game. Because he's basically just a 1 level in Druid, and then everything else is in Runechild Sorcerer. And essentially the concept comes online, honestly, right away. At 2nd level, he's basically got the concept online, and then just everything after that is gravy. And even the example I just pulled up, why did I close the book? I needed that. There we go. Even for Vasily here, level in Ranger, because I believe it's favored enemy, and yeah, Natural Explorer, he would basically have knowledge of the coast, and even the ocean even, because he was a sailor. And then favored enemy, I would pick undead, but I would sit and talk to a DM and say, specifically ghosts. You know, he's not knowledgeable about all undead, just more of the spiritual ones. And honestly, his concept comes online, second level as well. Everything else is just gravy after that. So there's fun little things that you can do with multi-classing in that regard. With some of them, you get proficiencies for different things. Most people like to do the heavy armor and wizard combinations because that's apparently a thing you can do. And as far as feats go, there's a lot of good ones in the book, in the player's handbook, and there's a lot more that have come out since. The one that I kind of gravitate the most to is either healer or magic initiate. Healer just lets you stabilize people if they're in critical condition and heal them with a healer's kit. And then magic initiate, which basically gives you 2 cantrips and 1 first level spell into your repertoire. Which there's a lot of fun cantrips out there. There's a lot of fun first level spells out there even. Because even that Genasi that I was just talking about, if a DM said no multi-classing, then I would ask if there were feats on the table. And if feats are available, I would take Magic Initiate, and I would grab 2 Druid cantrips and Cure Wounds. Which I believe the way I mapped it out, I would probably take Druidcraft and Shillelagh, and then Cure Wounds. And essentially one of the things that you can do as a sorcerer, normally you have to touch people for Cure Wounds to actually to trigger. Well, the sorcerers actually have a fun little meta magic option. Extended, or is it? No. Distance spell. When you cast a spell that has a range of 5 feet or greater, you can spend a sorcery point to double the range. When you cast a spell that has a range of touch, you can spend one sorcery point to make the range of that spell 30 feet. I can basically turn Cure Wounds into a ranged spell that way, by burning a spell or the spell slot and the sorcery point to do so. So you can basically create a support sorcerer, and that's kind of the idea that I had, and having the mechanical benefit of doing that as well is a nice fun little cherry on top. And is there any other ones there's a lot of people who go Sentinel with feats as well, and that one can be a little problematic, but it's fine. Sharpshooter, same as Great Weapon Master. Forecaster is pretty fun for spellcasters, anyway. One of the other ones is actually skilled. It's a pretty good pick when it comes to feats. Gain proficiency in any combination of 3 skills or tools of your choice. Very much like what I was talking about with the skill monkey earlier. You can basically have proficiency in almost every skill. I think if I remember that build right, you can have proficiency in 12 of the 18 skills in the game. It's either 12 or 14, I can't remember. And also, the fun fact about feats is there's a lot of homebrew ones where you can have your characters develop feats. You know, if they have an idea for something, you work it out with them. You know, very much like what I talked about with the Great Weapon Master stuff. You can augment or even create your own if you want to. The world is your oyster. It never hurts to ask. What's the worst they're going to say? No? It's like, alright then. And I think that's pretty much everything I had in mind. Unless there's a topic anybody else wants to bring up. Because I think between these 4 streams that I've done, I've tried to go tried to explain some thinking behind a lot of what we've discussed. But I feel like when you watch all 4 of them, you'll pretty much have a really good idea whether you want to be a player or a DM, or even both in some cases. Sorry, stretching. You'll have a good idea of how to go about it. I hope that's the hope there. Almost dumped the coffee on myself. But yeah, that is the hope anyway. After you watch these 4 streams that I've done recently about, and I know we talk 5th edition is just the default edition that we're talking about, because there's all kinds of interesting bits that we could talk about that are specific to other editions. And honestly, there's not that huge of a difference between editions, but there are some, it's more so mechanical changes over the years. And accessibility, because back in the day, you know, D&D wasn't as easily accessible, but nowadays, you know, there's the free rules that are up on Uh, I forget if it's Wizards of the Coast's website or if it's D&D Beyond. It might be both. But you can get the basic, but words. You can get the basic rules off the internet pretty easily. And if you're watching this stream, then apparently you have internet. So they have the rules that are accessible, the basic rules anyway, and then anything else you can either do like I did and buy a bunch of the books, or you can buy the PDFs, or um, oh my god, what is it called? The Fantasy Ground license, or even I think Beyond. I think D&D Beyond is actually subscription based, if I remember. Or there's a part of it that's subscription based. I don't know. I'm not sponsored by them, and I don't use Beyond anyway. So it's not a terrible thing, but I'm always the mind. Whether I'm a player or a DM, I like being around a table, around friends. Pathfinder uses a freeze. I am not sure. You'd have to look at Paizo's website to see if they. I remember their first edition was hardback books. And I have not actually gotten a chance to look at Pathfinder 2nd edition. I've heard good things, I just have not gotten a chance to look into it. But there might be. Actually, while we're on the topic, let's Google Paizo and see. Home of the Pathfinder and Starfinder RPGs. You can buy it online. Also, they apparently have their own PathfinderNexus.com, which is a early access compendium. And then apparently they're developing their own virtual tabletop application called the Foundry. Oh, that's an adventure module. As far as I can see, it's all as far as Paizo is concerned, I am not seeing anything about uh, access to the basic rules. $640-page guide. Holy crap, that's a lot. So that $60 is actually not terrible, all things considered. But yeah. First edition rulebooks. As far as second edition, it looks like you still have to buy that. There is their storefront. Pathfinder role-playing game core rulebook. And it's only $10, so it's not as bad as Wizards of the Coast with their $50 a pop. Oh, that's the PDF. Hardcover is unavailable. But still, most bookstores will have Pathfinder books. And it looks like a lot of these are not as expensive. Anyway. Because that's the thing about Wizards of the Coast, is all of their books are $50 except for Sword Coast. For some reason, that was the one outlier. To my knowledge, anyway. Well, you'd be paying full cover price for a D&D book, rulebook. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah. There is a little bit of investment if you really want to get into the hobby of D&D or even tabletop games. Because I know that even Duck had mentioned he thought about running a Star Wars game a while back, and even maybe running D&D as well. So, but yeah, as far as I know, Wizards of the Coast have a base rule set to where you don't have to invest so much money right out of the gate, but honestly, if you're going to get into the tabletop hobby, it's usually good etiquette to buy your own book. If you're a player, just that player's handbook is fine. If you're a DM, then you end up generally needing the player's handbook and the DMG, which I don't know how extensive the basic rules are on their website, but just keep that in mind. And the DMG is helpful but not required. I will say that much. Because there's a lot of information in there that can be used in your game, but there's some of it that you're probably not going to use. But having the player's handbook on hand so you can look up spells and abilities and things that the players have access to, usually a good thing to keep on hand. Because even when I was watching Critical Role back in the day with Campaign 1 and 2, they usually kept a physical player's handbook around. Just for clarification's sake, when they had to look up something. The Monster Manual, it's honestly a good book to have if you're the DM. But the one thing about the Monster Manual is those are the base versions of monsters. To actually challenge your players, you're going to have to modify monsters constantly. Because the challenge rating system is not as helpful as it could be. The challenge rating system is more so for the idea of just a ballpark. It's basically a ballpark number, and sometimes that number doesn't actually reflect the monster's deadliness. because, you know, something like the Medusa comes to mind, or actually I have it over here. There are creatures. Where's the contents? There we go. The Medusa comes to mind. The various undead, I don't think are well represented by the challenge rating system. You know, skeletons and zombies are fine, but once you get beyond that point, I don't think the challenge rating system actually represents undead creatures very well. Some of them are corporeal, some of them are incorporeal, and that's an entirely different factor altogether that you have to consider. Um, let's see, what's another monster right off the bat that is banshees and ghosts? Multi-headed creatures, for example. Multi-headed creatures are usually get more attacks than they and that doesn't actually equate into the challenge rating system sometimes. So monsters with extra attack or something, a lot more deadly than they would be normally. So hell, even mind flayers, I don't think are. I think those are more deadly than the book actually portrays them. Even with all the stats and the abilities that they have, I don't think mind flayers are. I don't think their challenge rating is truly representative, because they can be deadly and they can eat a player's brain with the right roll, and then it's just like, oh well, that player's dead. Or you have to go on a quest to retrieve that player's brain, and then that becomes problematic. The one thing I'm kind of sad about when it comes to the monster manual, I guess, there's a lot of demons, there's a lot of devils, there's a lot of beasts and monstrosities of all varieties, but one thing I find the monster manual lacking in: plant monsters, various ooze type creatures, even just aquatic creatures, even. Evil! I'd hit that sound effect, but I don't know if that's going to break everything. Again. And even mimics. Mimics are great. And they can be very deceptive when it comes to the challenge rating system. It just depends on how you play them. The way I tend to do it is a mimic can take the form of anything, not just a chest. They could become a cupboard, or they could become a table. They could become any manner of thing, so long as it's inanimate. I would probably say that much. And they could even shift in between forms. So there's also that. So they basically have their own unique monstrosity wild shape, essentially. Player character mimic? Isn't that just a changeling? To be fair. Also, welcome back, Faye. But yeah, I feel like that's every topic I wanted to bring up on today's stream. So, I'll throw it to you guys. What do you guys want to talk about now? Can I as pet mimic? There'd be some roles involved, but you can sure as hell try. Changelings are evil too. Not always. Changelings are molded by their environment. They can be evil if they're treated badly, or if you treat them well, maybe they'll help you. Get the microphone out of the way. Sorry, was on hold forever. Welcome to AT&T. Unfortunately. It's like being on, a phone call with the devil. He'll just put you on hold just out of spite. I want pet everything. I'll roll giant d20 to tame, charm, snuggle, everything. That's fair. You can try to do so. Depending on the dice. We'll see if that actually works or not. Oh, yeah, now that you remind me. I need to look up we had a little bit of a discussion during dinner that I was going to look up again. Nope, it's back here. They are going to call me back. I'm not holding my breath. Yeah, that's fair. Because you brought up an idea when we were there in Logan's Roadhouse. I'll probably message you about it, but since you mentioned wanting to tame, charm, and snuggle all the things. Yeah, that would actually work. Where is your name on this list? Yep. If I could type properly. Taping property is overrated. Nope, went too far. Is it actually back here? Oh, there it is. There you go. I left you a message in Discord. Oh, I forgot this part. There we go. You can read that whenever you get a chance, and you can let me know in Discord. If that applies or if that works for you. You can do some little research. But yeah, you can look that up and let me know what you think. Because that's the fun thing about these tabletop games is, why are you buffering? Oh, that's why. But yeah, when, let's see, I don't know what, let's see, I'm doing Fight Night later. Gonna try to do Fight Night later. Tomorrow's gonna be a game stream. I'm gonna try and finish up Bloodstained once and for all. And then next week, I don't have anything planned, but I'm gonna get the rest of Roll20 set up, and then I figure I'm gonna get a hold of the primary group, the full people of the primary group, and we'll start playing. And Conrad mentioned wanting to stream that game, which I'm fine with if everybody else is. And you'll see if we get that ball rolling, then you'll see a lot of things put into play that I've spent the past 4 streams trying to share with people. Yeah. And I figure we'll have a session 0 all to ourselves, but and to make sure things work and everything is all situated how everybody wants. There's not a timetable at the moment for that to happen, but soon, TM. Because I think with these creative streams, it's just going to be the 4 of these for the time being, and then if there's anything prominent that I want to bring up, then I'll keep making more of these. Or even if somebody brings me a topic to talk to drill down into. It's never gonna work. I quit. Soon, TM. That's fair. But yeah, one way or another, there's going to be tabletop games in the future. I think Fox and Court are ready to go. As far as like their character sheets and everything, just have to do the Roll20 integration stuff and make sure that's working. And then there's a couple things I need to run past Comrade. And Roth and I had talked about doing an origin session to work on a couple of ideas that we've been bouncing back and forth, which I'm kind of hyped for that too. I don't think we'll record or stream that, but possibilities. Anyway. Why is... Oh. Moss is playing with Cloud again. Giggity. Yes to both ideas you DM'd. Looking forward to the manual. I have to redo my character sheet since it was on my the old laptop that got lost due to the cat and the coffee. Or was that the paint? I can't remember. It was coffee or paint that got spilled. Stream in Discord with me. Yeah, we'll see. Like I said, the weekend is a little busy, and then I don't know what's going on next week, but yeah, if it'll happen, it'll probably happen next week if I get a chance to. Oh, coffee, yeah. Then what am I thinking about with the red paint? Or was that just a random cat chaos thing that happened? Don't have a schedule yet, just for one Tuesday. Antifa Tuesday so far. Yeah, that's fair. We'll figure out something. Because I figure if there's any adjustments to be made, then it'll happen before the game starts. Before it starts properly, anyway. And that's the fun thing about Tiefling Tuesday. Tifa the Tiefling on Tuesday. That has to be a thing. Hang on, we're gonna Google this. Is there a Tiefling version of Tifa? Nope, that's just normal tieflings. That's fair. Oh, wait, there's one. Tifa with demon horns? Hell yeah! Oh my. Okay. I'm glad this doesn't come up on stream. Holy shnikes. Okay. Anyway. Is there anything else people wish to talk about? Tabletop game related? Or I should say 5th edition oriented. Because there's other tabletop stuff we can talk about, but I feel like I'm going to dedicate streams entirely to those. Which I don't know if they're going to be as frequent as I've been doing with these. But I thought about talking about Middle-earth, Lord of the Rings style RPGs that you can do in tabletop games. And even though Middle-earth has its own RPG tabletop book, you can run Middle-earth in 5th edition if you really wanted to. You just make a very low magic, very low technology game and really delve into the fantasy, and it can work. Yeah, druids are essentially Bjornings. If you how to mix races and environmental factors come into play with language proficiencies. Mixing of races, very much like half orc or even half elven. You can half race anything. Even something like a genasi is basically half genie, half humanoid. Very much like Shantae. Even. You can combine things as much as you like, because even Goliaths are kind of half giant and descended from giant. And that's essentially where a lot of races tend to come from, is the melding of two humanoids, or a creature and a humanoid. It's like even Centaurians in my campaign setting. There's some of them that are Goliath, there's some of them that are humans, there's some of them that are elven oriented. Not quite orcish, not quite tiefling. When you talk about the humanoid side of the centaur, you can flavor that to whatever secondary race. That suits your fancy. And even something like vampires. Vampires are very much this. The children of the night. Even. Just born out of darkness. Or born out of. Or even like Azamar, born out of the light. Because there's some Azamar that. Are very much a combination of celestial and humanoid. And even Diablo 3 with the Nephilim, that's kind of the same idea, I guess. Environmental factors. Well, it's very much like turtles in my setting, I guess, is the best way to talk about environmental factors altering different races is the turtles. These turtles. But if you're a turtle from the open ocean, you very much have this free spirit aspect. They do have a homeland that they used to have, and then they've created new homes as they begin to spread. I don't know if I shared that file on stream or not, but what the hell? Where is it? Nope, that's factions. Races. Yeah, this is essentially the file I sent to Josh when he was working on his turtle. There's basically three kinds of turtles in my setting as it applies to Varuna. But one of them is the Quadov, which if you've played Final Fantasy, you know exactly what these are. I've changed a lot of the description and whatnot, but there's some familiar words in there if you looked hard enough. And then there's the Tidalus. Tidalus? I can't remember which one I liked more. But essentially, all turtles across the entire world descend from a Kenshir deity known as Genbu. What's a Final Fantasy? Well, it's not quite the Final Fantasy because they keep making more of them, but more so, they all descend from Genbu, which is an entity who's essentially been long gone in my campaign setting. But yeah, the turtle people kind of sprouted from that, and then when they were run out of Kenshir, they adapted to different domains. The Quadov are very much a swamp-oriented turtle. And, I'm not going to read this entire thing, but yes, I know you ran a scan and found no viruses. Get out of here. But yeah, there's some flavoring text for... And at first, Josh didn't really know what kind of turtle he wanted to be. I think he would have much more fell into the idea of the Tidalus, or Tidalus, the Tideborn, the Tideborn turtles. But he had the option if he wanted to be from the swamp turtles, the swamp-oriented turtles of the marshlands, and then the more open sea, tideborn turtles. And there's another one, but I guess it's not in this file. But there should be a third one where they are the oh my god, brain, please. The elemental turtles. Which are basically turtles that bond with elemental energies around. Essentially like dune turtles. There is actually dune turtles. Or desert turtles, I should say. They like sandstorms and flamethrowers. Because desert. But yeah, they are essentially spread out in different different parts of my world. This is just the two that apply to Varuna, and I think that's probably why they're not on this, on the file, where they should be. Makes note to have fire turtle pet. Just a torkoal. A torkoal that just runs around and follows you around. It's possible. And essentially, the idea behind those is this, like the elemental planes. They're just turtles that basically bonded to the elemental energies. And it basically manifests through them in different ways. And I guess I have to bring up the Pokemon. Blastoise would be very much a example of a water turtle. An air turtle. I would just make them fly around. They don't need wings, they can just fly. They just launch themselves. Can you not mow next to my house, please? Jesus. The more fire turtles are like torkoal. I'm gonna have to catch them all. But yes, but sentient. Wait, is that slavery? It depends. Camera! It just depends. It just depends on how well you treat them. If they want to be friendly to you in the first place. And then there's always roles that can be done. Wait, which one did I forget? Oh, earthen turtles. Basically like Torterra, or even Turtwig even. That's essentially my favorite. That would be my favorite Pokemon team Just Blastoise, Torkoal, Turtwig, Caracosta, my brain. I know there's another turtle. I know there's 5. Shh. Yeah. Google. Which one am I forgetting? I know there's 5. What the hell is that thing? I'm not... Dreadnought? Okay, whatever. That must be after a generation when I quit playing. I thought there was another turtle. I don't know. I quit playing Pokemon games with Black and White too. I never got into the what is it? X, Y, Sword, Shield, whatever it is. Whatever the next one after Black and White 2 was. I never got into those. Because I never bought the system or the games. Super long buffer. Oh no! Oh well, I can't find it. Either way. Turtle Pokemon. Anyway, oh, there's the Tifus again. But yeah, that's just an example of different things. But yeah, essentially that's the idea of races that got changed by their environment, and it gives them very much a theme. What was the other thing you were... Factors come into play with language proficiencies. With languages, I generally break them down into 3 different categories when it comes to languages. There's common race languages, there's the exotic races. Actually, there's 4. There's the common race languages, which I think I still have that file we were working on the other day, where I was showing I know I made it. Oh, categories of races. There we go. When it comes to languages, I know there's a lot of DMs and a lot of players who don't particularly use language mechanic. I like using it because, first of all, like I was describing on the other stream with the the bard and the effect and the class feature I would want to give a bard, being able to be its own translator without having to go through comprehend languages. But essentially, you have the common race languages, you have the exotic race languages, you have the monstrous race languages, which I'd probably lump the two of those together when using that effect, the translator effect, or the feature, translator feature. And then you would have like the more monster, the bigger monsters, that aren't tied to a race. Like dragons and giants and things. That would be in their own ballpark altogether. There are some races like Colossus, or yeah, the Goliaths, or the Colossae that could talk with giants, depending on their type, or even understand some phrases and be able to because I just remember there's a story that Matt Colville had told about. He had this dryad that had information for his players, but none of them spoke Sylvan, and nobody had comprehend languages. The rest of the party was getting frustrated that they couldn't communicate, but the druid player that was essentially, he was enjoying the idea of, this is such a unique creature that they wouldn't instantly share a language. So it basically built in that fantasy of, they're trying to communicate, but they don't have a common dialect that they can, start that building block from. And I like that idea. Honestly, there's some, and it's very much like if a Goliath tried to talk to, a full-blown giant, for example, there would be some terminology that would be lost in the conversation. Because the Goliaths wouldn't have a perfect understanding of the giant language. Even just as a little bit of an example there, they'd be able to communicate simple, well enough, but there would be some terminology that would be part of that conversation that the Goliath would be like, I don't know what that means. He could probably draw a conclusion, but he wouldn't instantly know what some phrases meant. I hope that's helpful. And I hope that answers the question. Because I enjoy the idea of languages. And even though they say Genasi no primordial, just across the board, I would say a fire Genasi only knew fire. Ignan. they'd have a basic understanding of other primordial languages, but very much the same thing applies of a fire genasi trying to talk to, I don't know, an earth creature. There'd be a little bit that would be there, but there would be a broken translation almost. It's not so simple to just communicate on a common language. There would be a little bit of discrepancy there, just to add some intrigue in there. It's a fun tool for DMs to monkey around with, but I don't really see people use it. And, oh no! Apparently we lost Faye. Because her internet is being wonky. Oh no. But that's unfortunately one of the things about moving, is a lot of the wires gets crossed. And when you're dealing with AT&T, they are very much a struggle, to say the least. But yeah, if anybody has any other questions, or any aspect of anything we've talked about over the past 4 streams that they want to bring up, now is the time. Now is the place. Because I think, yeah, we'll do another half hour of this and then wrap things up, if that's okay. Speak now, or in the DMs. Exactly. Because there's other things that we could talk about, but I'd rather get you guys' input on what we've talked about so far. Your input, your outputs. Any lingering thoughts at all? Because unless it's actually running the game itself, I don't know how much more of a base level discussion that we could have about what's going on. Because I did have the idea of talking about factions in your world, but I feel like that's such a deeper topic. Because I've thought about, yeah, I've thought about factions. I've thought about There's the idea of player rewards and items out of the DMG, and how to kind of disperse those as you feel necessary. But I feel like that's probably the best thing I could say about items out of the DMG, or even if you create items for your players. I wait too long to bring anything up, then I forget what it was. Sticky notes. Sticky notes and notepad, Roth, is what basically keeps me sane. Because if I don't write it down, I will indeed forget it. Oh, that was something. Oh? Should players make lists of stuff they want to get? That's a fair question. Because I know this is very much how 4th edition works, is a lot of players are kind of given the DMG and say, hey, pick your items that you would like to get, and then, then you go do the adventuring for them. With or without expectations of finding them. I guess that's a table by table thing. It never hurts to ask, though, because actually that's something I should probably ask you guys. That are playing in the game anyway, is oh, that belt of storm giant strength is sexy, but I'll never see one. That's fair. I might actually ask you guys then if there's anything like that you guys are hunting for, or have any kind of aspiration of trying to find, because that's also part of the adventure, is finding that stuff in natural places, if that makes sense. It's like, why is this belt of storm giant doing in the middle of a desert? Kind of a thing. Why is it not on a big mountain peak where storm giants actually roam? Kind of a thing. So there is a little bit of that kind of thought process. You can go into that. And I guess also, spoiler alert, I have actually made custom items that I have hidden about my world. Some of them are legendary, some of them are just normal items in various places. And I guess I could tell this part because it doesn't apply to Varuna. Yeah, it doesn't apply here, so this is completely fair to talk about. There is a set of items of the High King Adun hidden within my world. Primarily in Arcturian, because that's where he originally hailed from. But it is essentially a set of items. I'm not going to tell you how many, but there's quite a few. And since he is in my campaign setting, he was very much a defining heroic character just in that universe. I created a custom, completely unique custom set of items that I, when he passed on, I decided, okay, what would his descendants do with his items? Well, they've kind of gotten scattered. And if players ever find a piece of one, then there are benefits and some inconveniences that happen because of that. Just as an example, because if you show them off in public, for example, it's like, hey, that thing draws attention, and you're just walking through the streets with it. Where did you get that? Are you the thief that stole it? Kind of a thing. Don't you know what that means? And there would be, game elements surrounding that. I guess, as far as spoiler alert, I have already done that for you guys. But if there is something you guys aspire to find, then I'm honestly okay with making a note of it, and then depending on situations, it might actually come into play. So yeah, maybe I'll reach out to you, the four of you, and let you know, or ask you if there's any items you guys are interested in. That's actually a good point. I'm glad you brought that up. And the other side of that is you can also craft and create items. Because there are, very much like the lizard folk and the cunning artisan feature, you can create items and such with enough time and proper materials, I would say. And so you're not just limited to what's already out there. You can actually create things if you spend enough time. Very much like when I was talking about spell crafting and people making their own spells or versions of spells. You can do this with items as well. You can, even if it's just a name of something and a small description, you can throw that to a DM and they will figure out the mechanical bits that will go along with that. And booty shaking. I'm guessing you're excited with all the booty shaking. I was thinking about that. Think about what? The item creation or items that you've seen either in the DMG or in Beyond that kind of pique your interest. And I would probably say that's probably a good way to put it, is items of interest. If you're going to pitch that to a DM, here's a couple of things that You know, I'm honestly thinking about this idea now. I'm already sold, but at the same time, there's some DMs that'll be like, maybe, maybe not. And and you know, that could be part of the adventure as well, is going out and hunting down these materials to actually do this creation process. Because even though, you know, I've stated before, the technology level is low in Varuna, it doesn't stop people from crafting. Because, well, this is not really that big of a spoiler because I think I've already talked about it. The Masons is essentially a faction in Varuna, and they are craftsmen. They don't care about politics or whatever. They just care about crafting stuff, and they are their own neutral faction. And honestly, Vidan is kind of the biggest. Um, it's essentially their town in the first place, or their settlement originally. Because they used to be in the capital, but then they just moved out because they didn't like what was going on in the capital. I'm not going to spoil that part, but you know, and a lot of the Masons are, you know, forge domain clerics or just simple craftsmen, um, and they very much believe in the idea of going out and collecting the materials and then refining and creating. And you know, I even talked about Ord, the god of the forge, in last stream. You know, he's very much a divinity dedicated to the idea of the craft and creation of things. So there's a lot of races that very much aspire to that kind of thing. More like altering my shield to count as my cleric thingy. Words. Holy symbol. That's it. I can see that. Even just the combination of various elements. You know, like you're saying with uh, combining a holy symbol and a shield. There would be a crafting element there where, you know, essentially you don't want to overburden the shield, but you also want it to be protective. Welcome back, Faye. Am I here? I got an ad. It's a start. I've been getting Jack in the Box ads, even on my own stream. I don't know if they're just trying to get me to go buy Jack in the Box or not, but I've even gotten ads on my own stream. And I'm sitting here watching I'm streaming from the laptop, and I have my actual stream up on the rig monitor. I hear a turtle broken, but there. Hooray! So holy symbol shields? It's a possibility. That's all I'm gonna say. And essentially, it's fine to say this, it would be something like a skill challenge that you would have to do over time to make sure it would function properly, both as the holy symbol and the shield. But it is an option if you choose. If you so choose. Let's see. We talked about items. We have about 10 minutes, 10 or so minutes before we hit the 4-hour mark. What is something else we can talk about that's adjacent to this? What? Me to bless a toothpick? I'm priestess of cuteness. Does a deception check. Very much kind of adjacent to items, I guess, is the item of pets, or the idea of pets. Pets, familiars, companions. And I think we talked about this with the Ranger, the Beastmaster Ranger, but there are some rewards that you can take on pets or familiars or companions, and you can and I would say it would depend on how well you treat them, and again that would be a skill check or a skill challenge, to make sure they stay in line, because I feel like that's what happened with Faye and the kitty while he was here, is basically rolled a one on their animal handling check, and he went under the bed for 2 days. But now he's fine. How's he getting along with the snake, though? I critted so hard. Giggity? My hand is scarred from it too. And I guess I forgot to ask, how did you actually get him out of there? Did you have to tear the entire bed apart to get him out of there? Or... He doesn't know she's here. He's not allowed in the closet. That's fair. Let's see. There's also the idea of additional skill challenges types. Additional skill types that you can add into the game. My players are aware of this, but I'll just do a quick reiteration. There's essentially 3 extra skill types that I've added into the game we're going to be playing in. One of them is a strategy check. Just trying to get an idea for how it would work before... Because I don't much care for the way the flanking rules are in 5th edition. We lifted the bed up, he ran out, screamed at me for hours, then walked into his carrier like I asked. Oh, that's fair. Strategy checks. Oh my god, my brain. There's a mercantile check when essentially it's more so for shopping episodes, essentially, when you actually go instead of having to like persuade or deceive or intimidate, if you offer up a vendor of any kind, a good deal, it's like they'll recognize that, and that's what the mercantile skill check is for. You can try to persuade or deceive or deception or intimidate, but if it's just a simple deal kind of a thing, well, depending on the deal, I might call for a check of that, and that has its own checks and balances, so to speak. Yeah, because flanking is a little weird. Because on-demand advantage just for expending your movement, and then having essentially on-demand advantage every time after that, I feel like is a little broken. So if somebody essentially, and this would be very tactical, this is a very tactical idea, and if you want to think about it from, say, Final Fantasy Tactics, or even something to the effect of XCOM style of tactics. Move into position, and if they wanted to get an advantageous, if they wanted advantage essentially in combat, I would have them roll a strategy check, because it should be more about the overall strategy of the situation. Whether you're completely outmaneuvering an opponent, essentially. Because if you have one person on one side, one person on the other, it's like, eh. But if you have, like, say I have 4 players, and they basically have whatever creature surrounded, then I probably wouldn't ask for a strategy check. I would just say, you guys all have advantage on this thing because you outnumber it and you're bullying the shit out of it. But if a player was in the front, another one in the back, and they were using tactics against the creature, sound tactics and outmaneuvering it, then I would have them roll, instead of just automatically giving them advantage for flanking. And then Court also has a homemade batch of rules that I've also had them at the ready if the strategy check stuff doesn't work, because he has a really interesting idea of how he does it in his games. Can I offer party member services without their consent for my own financial gain? That's a tough one. I'm inclined to say no, but if you want to be mischievous, there's a possibility. That could play into a spell I took. Yeah. Oh my god, what is... Oh, skills checks. The third one that I can... It's kind of an extension of religion, but demonology. Essentially, I broke that apart. Instead of having religion be a catch-all for both divine and devil, I split them apart. One is religion, one is demonology. They both essentially use the same modifier and everything, but if there's anything that would apply to, because I think of religion with like the prime faiths, and then demonology is essentially the exiled evils. Like I said, they use the same modifiers, so it's not mechanically breaking anything, because the strategy check is just an intelligence-based check. The mercantile check is charisma-based. And I think religion is actually wisdom or intelligence. Get the book out. Or get the book back out, I should say. Nope, religion is intelligence. I thought it was wisdom. Why can't it be both? Anyway, that's just a tangent. Anyway, that's how I look at religion and demonology checks. It's kind of part of my heritage. I'm a summon Beelzebub. Beelzebub. The half-demon snake to help me. Both and. Calendar. If you're somebody who wants to keep time progression in your game, calendars are generally pretty good. Mine is still a little dysfunctional, but essentially there's 4 seasons. But that's still something that I've kind of still been working on. There's some people who love calendar making for fantasy worlds. I think some of the names in the Forgotten Realm seasons are a little wonky, but what do I know? But essentially, I just stick to the 4 seasons, not the hotel. I'm not being sponsored. Let's see. We went over flanking rules. Firearms rules don't apply in Verona, but that might be something that I bring up in a future stream for other parts in my world. There's the injury system. I guess I could talk about that real quick. Every time a character or a creature suffers a critical hit, they essentially have to make a Constitution saving throw. And depending on the outcome of that roll, depends on what kind of injury they incur. And various injuries, depending on the situation, essentially has its effect. Not quite to the level of, say, conditions, but for something very adjacent to conditions. It's a mechanic I'm still toying around with. 4 seasons where calendars make themselves. Exactly. And depending on if you rack up enough injuries, then that's going to have more dire consequences later. But if you take a critical hit and you take it well, then you know, there's no adverse effect there. But if you take multiple crits, and depending on your rolls, that's going to affect um, essentially your condition. And it's basically just a simple constitution check. Plus, there's also the idea of don't get crit. And there's plenty of spells and abilities in the game that can reduce criticals, so, or even reduce damage, so it's fine. I pass all damage to my cleric pet. If I break a nail, I'ma lose my fare. Modified initiative rolls. Oh, yeah, I remember that now. I don't know. I think I'm gonna keep initiative as is. Unless the four of you guys have issue with the current initiative system. But I have a modified initiative rule kind of written down. Might come into play, I don't know. We'll see. I don't want to change too much in the game. Flanking is something that, you know, I definitely wanted to change, but with initiative, we'll see how it goes first before if there needs to be a change there or not. Passive rules, or passive skill rules. Bleh. Things like passive perception and stuff like that. That's just a note to remind me of that. Because there's a number of passive skills in the game that that actually reminds me. I need to ask you guys what your passive stats are when I get a chance. Because just as, you know, I realize some people are going to think, oh, the DM knows the character's stats. No, it just gives, and some people call it cheating. But essentially, when the DM or GM, whichever title you want, wants to challenge players, you know, knowing what their passive perception is, for example, is a good tool to allow them to flavor a challenge. Just for a random example. And just the DM having that knowledge allows them to run the game better. All my perception is passive. I see nothing but passives. And then I guess the last thing on my little list here is the stronghold system, which, again, still in development, but essentially when characters get to a certain point and they want to set up shop somewhere, you know, very much Critical Role style of Castle Grayskull, or whatever the hell they called it, and then the Jor House, whatever the hell it was called, the thing they grew a tree out of. I have some working in progress mechanics for how that works, which I don't expect that to come into play right away, so I have time to work on those if I want to sit down with it, but oof, not as high as I thought. Well, and my thought process on initiative is the more physical oriented classes would essentially use constitution instead of dexterity. And then for the more spellcaster oriented ones, they would use intelligence as their initiative factor. That's essentially like my idea boiled down anyway. There's a lot of mechanical nonsense that's there, but I don't remember my passives. I need Wi-Fi. That's fair. I can settle down with a little farm on the beach, growing mussels, since my strength is so low. Exactly. You know, and if the players find a place that they want to situate into, it's like there are options for it instead of essentially, you know, if they want to take over somebody's castle or an old abandoned hold, some kind of structure that they want to refurbish, it's well within their wheelhouse to do so. There are plenty of places to do so. Because I feel like even V Rising is a good example of this. You know, you find all those ruins scattered about, and then it's like, oh hey, I'm going to take these ruins and I'm going to refurbish them and grow and build around. And, you know, that's time and work that the players can, you know, lay down the roots if they want to. If they don't want to, then that's fine. And the thing about most fantasy games, or even, hell, even in Star Wars, or sci-fi games, ancient civilizations that have long been forgotten. Hell, it's why Korriban is such a ripe place for adventure in Star Wars. It's because it was a Sith homeworld that got buried under some kind of storm or whatever. And then later on, the Sith decided they wanted to retake Korriban. And now there's, you know, rediscovering old Sith civilization. I don't know if that's from I conquer this here's helmet as my new home. Don't mind the vacuum noise. I should not be buffering. Anyway. But yeah, there's options for strongholds, and you know, D&D is no different. Essentially, you know, all the old, forgotten, ancient civilizations of the past that have been long forgotten or abandoned. There are temples, there are see, there's temples, there's castles, there's all kinds of things. And honestly, if there isn't any, you can build it. You know, you hire some hirelings to build your castle for you, or you can do it yourself. Either way, it's either going to take a lot of time or a lot of money. And at a certain point, you know, players in fantasy games usually end up with quite a bit of money and don't know where to spend it. So, That's always an option. A surefire cure for your headache. Loot your temples. Exactly. And I think that's... yeah, eventually when I work out the bugs for that Stronghold rule set. I know that Matt Colville has his own Stronghold rules that are available if you buy them. I know he did a lot of work because he's very much a war gamer style, so that very much came naturally to him. But I was trying to create my own system and rules for strongholds. And I think that's it as far as all the stuff that I can even talk about right now. So yeah, I'm gonna spend all my money on stable fees. Or you can create your own stables and then charge people for them, for using them, and make money. Entrepreneurism. Magic jars that house all of your pets. That is also an option. Because I think it was Final Fantasy X that had the 11 that had the monster jars, where you could have all kinds of fun creatures, and then they would essentially, very much like a genie in a bottle, go back into the jar, and you could summon them back and forth as much as you wanted to. It's always an option. But anyway, is there any other questions, thoughts? Because I feel like it's almost 4 o'clock here. And I think Conrad usually starts about 8, I guess. So I do want to get some food and maybe a nap. Or maybe just a snack since it's 4 o'clock. I don't think I'll be able to get a nap, but I can hope. And we've pretty much went over, hell, even more topics than I had originally intended to. So, like Roth said earlier, speak now. What is it? I need to scroll up and find it. Speak now, or in the DMs. Might find some food and maybe a nap too. That is a good idea. Considering how most of us end up staying up at 2 a.m. for fight night, so. Yeah. Infinitely buffering again. Ew. Does refreshing help? Going to scream? Yep. I'm a nap too. I give up. Love you all. If you can see this, talk to you soon. Yay. Talk to you soon, Faye. Hopefully, maybe they'll get that internet issue worked out. Oh yeah, I can put hearts in the chat. Some love in the chat. So yeah. Any other thoughts, Mr. Roth? Or should we start wrapping things up? Because I know we still have to go over a few things, but we'll do that. We'll do that character stuff probably Monday or Tuesday. I don't think I have anything specifically planned unless I get a call back for a job. I don't think I'm caught up in anything. Mike should wrap things up before we go for another hour, and then you for sure lose time for anything else. That's fair. But yeah, you can always ask in the DMs if there's something we need to work out. So let's see. Close this. Oh, there's those Tifas again. I need to close that. Getting distracted by Tifa, and it's not even Tuesday. Okay, who is streaming? We got Ike doing art. We have Astro doing Kingdom Come Deliverance. Moz is doing Final Fantasy VII Remake with mods. And then we have Ariel doing Stardew. Any preferences? Speaking of Tifa, yeah, it has to be done now. Alright. Set up this raid and then nope, slash raid. Does her name have a underscore in it? No, it does not. Set that up and then we'll do housekeeping and we'll wrap things up. Okay. So, housekeeping. Yeah, as far as these creative streams are going, the first two are up on YouTube now. YouTube/Templar. It's easy enough to find. I basically have unified branding with all this stuff, so there shouldn't be a problem finding it if you go searching for it. If you want to see the previous streams or this one again, then stream 1 and 2 are up on YouTube now. 3 and 4 I will probably sit next week and upload those. And then I probably won't upload all of these creative streams to YouTube, but unless there's something interesting that comes out of the conversations. Then I'll make a judgment call as far as that goes when that happens. Later on, Fight Night with Comrade. Tomorrow, we're going to try and finish up Bloodstained for the game stream. Next week, I have no idea what I'm doing. So we'll figure that out when that happens. Oh, what? Command add housekeeping. Oh. I forgot we could do that. Housekeeping. Yeah, I don't really use Twitter. I have one, I don't use it. YouTube, there might be more stuff like this that gets thrown up on there. Everybody who knows me around here pretty much is part of the Nightshade Discord anyway already. So any schedule changes or whatnot, like yesterday, I was gonna stream and then just didn't get a chance, and then it got too late. So that's why today's stream happened, to make up for it. Can add stuff to it as we need to. Hell yeah. See, I don't know how to do all that stuff, so. You have the power now. Yeah, everybody is pretty much from the Nightshade Discord. I already talked about OC Remix and the music that ends up on the stream. I really should make a better outro instead of just rambling. How does Josh do this? He's so much better at housekeeping. Housekeeping! He's so much better at it than I am. Scheming. But, yeah. Since we were talking about Tifa, let's go drop in on Moss, since she's playing FF7 Remake with the mods. With different mods on for skins and whatnot. And I will see you later in Fight Night or tomorrow. Or both. Both is good. Have a good day and night, everybody.